Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Katarina Alves.
Yeah.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Katarina Alves. Challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Fight.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o...
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. More. Yeah.
Perfect. Final round. Fight.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Great.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yo, Tritium, DK. What's up? Was this you, man? Oh, yeah, it's you. GG, man, GG. I just gotta play Katarina again.
Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o
No
inferno.
problem.
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO.
Yo, Ravana, what's up?
Fight.
How are you, man? Yeah. I just have some. I was just playing the forest because my kid was playing it with it as well, and some of my friends started a server, so yeah.
Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Final round.
Whoa! Congratulations!
Fight.
Let me know how it feels like. Oh.
KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
That was just literally my only moves with Katarina. Hey, thanks for adding me as friend, man. I just got by playing Katarina after I played Lyra in a bit.
New challenger.
So I figured out I kind of miss Katarina in a way.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, and that only few uses Katarina because she's kind of easy to use. I think that's why, and I'm kind of on the easier side of the Tekken because I don't want to stress myself. Yeah.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
I kind of like Yuji, but I just don't know how to use them yet. Oof. Ooh.
KO.
Was a wrong input.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what the heck? I forgot.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
If you want to learn some stuff about him, give me a shout. He is very good at the wall ends. Just got buff wall damage by 8 this past. Oh, really? Well, thanks, man. Thanks. Because some time ago, I really wanted to learn how to use Yushi because I kind of got bored with Katarina and Leroy. But yeah, it's. I would really appreciate if you can teach me about Yoshi.
Get ready for the next battle.
And thanks in advance, man. I'd really appreciate that. Lilouch. Lilok. Lilo. I think there was character from Gundam. Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight.
Due to his character, a lot of learning when people go walk right.
KO.
People will
Round 2.
yeah.
KO. fight.
Due to how he is a character, a lot of learning when people will walk right into your unblockables. Yeah, I think that's the biggest advantage with Yoshi. He's unblockables. It was too late when when I realized that you were doing the unblockables with me, so I wasn't able to react on it. Oh, what?
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Katarina Alves. New challenger.
Yeah, it is. That is weird because you will only get to unlock it via tournament or the treasure hunt. Yeah, that's one thing I really wished as well. I don't really know which. What should I add? What should I add? Well, yeah, I guess that's almost all about it. Yep. So just get rid of her sunglasses.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament, Katarina Alves. challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, this is nice. It's gonna be
Round one.
Lei Wulong.
Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO.
Yeah.
Round two.
Lei Wulong.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round
Thanks, man. Yeah.
fight.
See you again soon. No problem. Thanks for the offer. Sure will do.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Esse não pode. Bum, bum. Isso é legal.
Get ready for the next battle.
Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah.
Great. Round 3. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
not good enough.
Mickey. What have you done? Mickey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
New challenger.
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
I have the money. Yeah.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round four. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Perfect. Round two. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Vamos lá.
Oh,
Eu vou chutar sua bunda.
Round 1. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Ya!
Round 2. Fight.
Ya! Ya!
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Yeah!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Ya!
Perfect. Final round. Fight.
Ya! Ya!
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
لا أريد.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Hey, Jimmy, Geezy, thanks for following.
KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Final round. Fight. Perfect.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. Fight.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
أقضي عليك. انتهى أمرك.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Fight. KO.
كان مقدرا لي أن أنتصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah.
KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight.
Morra!
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO.
كان مقدرا لي أن أنتصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
أتظن أنك تستطيع هزيمة؟
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
كان مقدرا لي أن أنتصر.
Get ready for the next battle.
أتظن أن
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight.
سأقضي عليك. انتهى أمرك.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou jogar.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
سأقضي عليك. انتهى أمرك.
KO. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight. Perfect.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
كان مقدرا لي أن أنتصر.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Daddy, what happened to the grass?
Why?
The grass turned yellow. Daddy, just joking.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
Come on, sugar.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose.
Come on, sugar.
ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. More. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Great. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Great. Round two. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Great. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar só.
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight.
Ya! 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 Morra! Ya! Ya!
Great. Round 2. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Morra! Ya! Ya!
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ya!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Ya! Ya!
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
New challenger. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7, Katarina Alves. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, 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 more. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. 4. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
do sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight.
Ya! 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 Ya!
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ya! Ya!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Ya!
KO. Final round. Fight.
Ya!
Perfect. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Ya!
Time up. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Perfect. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter que morrer.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra
win.
sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter que morrer.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
De...
覚悟しなさい。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
I want to get out of here.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Corre de volta pra
win.
sua mamãe.
Get ready for for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter.
Round 1. Fight.
Morra! Morra!
KO. Round 2. Fight. Great. Round 3. Fight.
Daddy,
KO.
what is this?
I don't know.
Round 4.
What to do?
Fight.
What is this? What to do?
I don't know. What is that?
Great. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
What is this? That's like a plus point if you like it. Like,
Get ready for the next battle.
I didn't know. I'm not playing Gmod. I think. You can have a person. What's it do?
Wanna eat something? I'll get you bread.
Apili ko something. Apili ko something. Anything makaon-kaon.
Bread.
Round 1.
Bread set you down.
Fight.
You're not nice. You're being so naughty.
Yeah, that is.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ayun. So, expire na yun. Bakit? Pero kita.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
No. But
Get ready for the next battle.
One thing is one. Daddy tummy can handle because daddy is big. Your tummy is small. So you eat the wafer. Okay? Chichen, 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 chichen.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Great. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Great. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpe, mas
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Hey, give it to me. Put something here. Come on, me.
Daddy don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna give yours? Daddy? Ito ba? Wala ko pagkanan yung isa.
Hindi naman na ng lingkuran. Nakita naman ako.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Hmm.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Tá me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Come on. Higher than you.
Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. Round one. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Okay.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Manonore.
KO. Round 3. Fight. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter que morrer.
Round one. Fight. 3. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Yeah.
Draw. Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.